Так, okay, so hello everybody. Today talking about Jorge Jimenez. Так, how to draw perspective like Jorge Jimenez. So, and what I want to mention, it's again, it's like how you study, right? Because I just like my vision in general, like as like a human being, you always need to study, right? So and especially like as artists, we have this like very complex profession, and you need to study a lot to get a decent kind of in it, right? So in order to learn to become decent in your profession, eventually you become good at learning, okay? And also you kind of get hooked on learning. You start to love learning too, right? So we might have problem like learning too much and not kind of start being too perfectionist and stuff. So anyway, so just learn to learn properly and properly balance this all. And this is a process of learning, is how you look other artist works, right? And I do this like a lot of videos, analysis of my favorite artists, and analysis of artists some people ask, and like recently I have comment, so you can write me requests, because I wasn't know exactly about Jimenez before. I know other Jimenez who draw like crazy anti-utopia cyberpunk but this one looks great too. So, and this is what I also wanted to show. So when you want to learn from your favorite artist, you need to analyze his work. So it's not some kind of like technique, or it's not some kind of like my weird vision or whatever. No, it's kind of like how to be reasonable in your life, It's like we're not children anymore, right? So now we should start to use our brains and think it all through. So analyze work, you should have some framework. One of framework, like we everybody hear it everywhere, like 1 point perspective, 2 point perspective, 3 point perspective, and like 5 point perspective. But it's only one element. There also like, because here we're talking like comic book, right? There also like camera angle, size, like shot size. And I did these videos before, like analyzing Akira, Ghost in the Shell, analyzing like some animation, like a type of camera shots, like a type of camera angles in the comic books and animation. So you should watch them too. I will give link, because there's some like very, very nice, very like concise and deep kind of material. So, and I given you this framework, which is very, very helpful for you to analyze comic book artists and analyze like animation, when especially like when you're a beginner and you don't have any framework. Just take I give you like for free here. Very helpful, crazy helpful. So let's write here maybe, right? Так. So where's okay? So we eventually talking about like a final result, right? So your like goal, like your final kind of product, I don't know better word, like no artwork, let's say, right? Your art piece, kind of like you here. It's a comic book, so it's a frame on a comic book page, right? So what this frame consists of, right? So if it's like create an illusion of 3D space, so this in order to make this illusion, we need to use XYZ, right? So say okay 3D, so this XYZ, so which is like vanishing points, all this, it's a kind of, it's so minuscule. And best way to describe XYZ, you better always have in mind perspective grids. Okay, so because perspective grids, let's say like Y for vertical, Z for depth, and X for width, right? So you kind of like eventually it's some kind of grid which can be curved, which can be like distorted. You can actually distort it also. And it's also, it's kind of this variables with which we play in, and we have like different options. Like we start playing around with this, with XYZ, with axis or with grid. We can create different type of 3D space. Okay, so let me write it down, like space, 3D, and space. I forget, is S or C? No, I think it's C. Speaking about grammar, it look like both. Okay, I find solution. Just like both S and C together. So, like very, very important to remember this space. Okay, so just imagine again, it's like you working in some like paper. It's like piece of paper or a screen. So it's like a blank two-dimensional surface. To create illusion of space, you need to use perspective grids. So you kind of start building your world, your this like virtual reality. If it have 3D space, you start building it by defining 3D space, right? If you not define it, if you not make it, it's not exist. So you start to draw in tables, people, whatever, but there is no 3D space. It's only some kind of like pulp kind of, is like no actual 3D space because you not establish it. So in order to establish 3D space, and it should be like one of the first steps, like a foundation of your world, kind of, right? It's a 3D space is perspective grids, okay? Perspective grids. So then we're talking about like observer. Because you see, yeah, space, schmace, like, okay, but it's always subjective, right? So it means always like somebody perceive like environment, all this, like somebody looking, somebody observing this situation. So when you draw frame, you draw it from somebody point of view anyway. So it's even, so it can be like character, like maybe in your story it's some character, or it's outer, right? So it's like a kind of like a third person, it's some kind of like a demiurge kind of point of view, right? So he's just like a ghost kind of flying and looking around. Anyway, it's some kind of like a vision of certain observer, even if it's a camera, right? Like imagine it's like a camera flying around. And here it's very important point which I see is like also in my chat in the Discord, and just again and again, like everybody have problem with this, just understanding like what is perspective, right? So I did videos a lot about this, but again, if like speaking about this point, very important, perspective. It's kind of way how we draw on a 2D surface, on a flat surface, our visual perception. Okay, so just like write it down or whatever, I don't know, just like try to understand the meaning of the words here, right? So we have, let's say is you, right? So you looking here is the direction of your vision. What you have? You have back of your head. You have left side, which is like 90 degree from your vision, right? So it's like my head here, right? So it's I'm looking here. There is like kind of like opposite direction behind. There is direction to the left, direction to the right. Okay, also to the top, to the bottom. That's it. So you kind of like born with this, right? Like when you develop it entirely, nobody know, but we all share same kind of visual perception. We all experience it this way. So we all kind of thinking about sides, right? We always have in mind like front, back, left, right. So I'm right now in my house. I know like everything what is inside my house. I'm looking straight right now. I see is like my computer. I see like my work table stuff, right? So there is this so-called cone of vision. Okay, so it's kind of very narrow, like a tunnel. So there is like very narrow tunnel vision about this, where I can see details. It's like my, let's say, it's like aiming maybe kind of, right? So I can see details very clearly, like this. Then like a broader field, I will see like a blur, right? So it's like I don't see details anymore, but I can read shapes. Something like, I don't know, there's like somewhere here like 100 maybe degree, maybe a little more. So I can read, like I can recognize people, cars, stuff like this. So and then when it goes like more like 180 degree about this area, I can see movements, you know. So like, okay, there is something moving. So if like I sit in a place like in my house, there nothing should to move, right? And then something I kind of notice movement. It's like, what the hell, like there should be nothing moving there, you know. So we have this like this idea of a cone of vision, right? Basically it's all you need to know about it first. Okay, just like this very basic knowledge. Then how it works, also very important to understand. this I'm talking about a vision, right? So what you see right now, what I see right now, see clear, blur, like almost like only movement without reading any shape or anything. And behind I don't see anything. See, and say kind of like no, maybe. So, and both is kind of like I will make this crazy kind of idea from Jane Bond. So all this can unite by perception. So I know, like, even I don't see what behind me right now, I know what is there. Okay, and all this, is weird. It sounds weird, and here, welcome to my channel. You will blow your mind. All this still is the visual perception. Okay, because actually this how we perceive, like, visually world around us. Mostly we remember what we see, because directly we see very little. We mostly remember what we just seen like second ago, minute ago, or 30 minutes ago. Okay, so visual perception, it's like this sphere which you kind of carry with yourself whole time, and which kind of like build world around you, so you know where you are, and you have experience of being somewhere. Okay, so like I know I'm here in my house, I know what surrounds me, even when I don't look at it like every second. You know, I don't need to look at like everything every time to remember it exists. It exists like without looking at it a whole time. Okay, so it's crazy. I don't know, like nobody talking to you about this, but this kind of stuff which really make everything like put on a place. You know, you start really understand what is perspective. So when we have this sides, right, and then we have this like ways how we represent, how we draw this visual perception. We draw this visual perception, like we can draw like small part. It will be like about like 1 point, 2 point perspective, type of perspective, right? If we draw like bigger parts, it start to be like 3 point perspective, like when I draw like bigger area of my visual perception. And when we start to draw like 5 point perspective, what happened here, like we start to draw something which we physically cannot see clear. Okay, so you cannot see clear like such a big field of view, but camera can. So if you have like wide angle camera, this wide angle camera have exactly same properties, kind of like of visual perception as we have. It's also have front, back, or left, right, and stuff, right? So there is right now like a lot of, you can buy camera like 360 degree, which will make video like all direction kind of, right? You can buy, and it will make video like all 360 degree with the clear details. Like if you watch it here, like we have only narrow kind of cone of vision. Camera make it all clear, and when you put it in a computer, like you watch it on a screen, you see this like 360 view clearly, because it's in the front, like inside your narrow cone of vision. You see, kind of like, isn't funny? Like again, like you with your, so this what happened with all this perspective. So people talking like, oh, what's this fish eye, like actual real perspective, like how we actually see. No, we actually don't see like this because we don't see clear such big field of vision, okay? But we perceive it. So we even perceive 360-degree visual field, but not kind of in a sense like you're looking at it directly. You know, it's kind of like same like when people's talking about their seeing dreams. It's like, oh, in my dreams, I look, I see, I had some pictures. No, you see nothing because your eyes was closed, okay? Your eyes was closed, so you see nothing in your dream. You have this like same like perception, idea of having visual experience, like we have like whole time, you know. So we like our brain works this way. He like put it all together. You just don't think about it. So, and here we have you like dude with your like narrow cone of vision looking on a screen. Okay, maybe screen can make a little smaller. And this screen have cable connected to camera, and this camera making like recording very detailed picture of 360 degree. Okay, so cameras kind of like have visual information with all details in 360, and you can see it clear because it's inside your narrow cone of vision on a screen. That's it. This is how it works. Hello, Quartz. Так. Okay, so I don't know talking too much about this. Hope it's useful. So maybe we'll cut it. Так. Так. So, and here, like, understanding perspective, knowing principles, knowing, like, okay, it's always perspective grid. And there is, like, specific observer kind of parameters. So, you know, like we can, because what kind of like, in this case with observer, human or camera, right? Like, so if we have like this shot with a very wide angle, right? So it means we have camera which like kind of wide angle lens, right? So it can take, so let's say, so if here is like front, so here is like 180, right? So camera can take like 180 degree, or camera can take like more than 180. So if camera take like more than 180, like a little more than 180, right? So it will be kind of like 5-point perspective usually. So, and it's like vertically and horizontally, little, let's say like this, because we will have this z vanishing point, x on the left, x on the right, y on the top, y on the bottom. Okay, so z, y, y, x, x, whoop. So this like 100, so this 180. It's like if it would be like super precise. But kind of for artists, what I see most of the time. Even like you look Kim Jong-il, right? So like talking 1 point, one full 5.5 point perspective. Even in Kim Jong-il, it's often most of the time it's like I call like 5 point plus, okay? Because it still is go little farther than 180, because we can have like this like picture frame kind of here, right? So in this case, this grid will go a little farther. So we have this X. Okay, so 5 point plus. So camera, field of view, okay, like field of view. So just again have this in mind, like most of the time when we have like this wide angle camera shots in the comic books, it's like, if speaking like super correct, it's a camera kind of. It's like a camera with a wide lens making shot kind of, right? Then it's a one parameter. Second parameter is like we have like camera height. Okay, height. I hope right, correct. Anyway, if I write wrong, consider it's a joke. Okay. So camera height. So it's like camera, you see, it can lie on the ground. Camera can be like let's say some average character eye level. So imagine like a operator or some hero kind of holding camera, looking around, right? So I recommend, right? Like I recommend like 90% or 99% of the time, you better think about camera instead of just some like uncertain observer. Because if you will think about some kind of observer, it will make you confused. Because most likely you still don't understand what I was told before, okay? Right? I was talking about like human perception, all the stuff. So just think about camera. And the camera can be like long lens with a narrow field or with a wide field. So it will be like wide lens, or it can be like this 360 degree. Camera can be on the ground, or somebody holds this camera, or this camera standing like on some you know, this kind of like arm, right? It can be moved like above like 5 meter, or it's somebody standing on a rooftop holding this camera, or it's on a helicopter in from a satellite, whatever. So have now this second parameter have in mind about observer, right? So it's camera on a certain height, just height, and then camera angle. So you see, just like we have two parameters, two variables, and we just can play around with them, and we will have absolutely like different situations. Like we can have like huge amount of different camera shots. So camera lying on the ground, for example, like camera high, right? Like just lying on the ground, just like drop it. So it's like on the ground like this, like oh. And parallel to ground. So camera looking parallel to ground, right? Camera line on the ground, but is looking like 90 degree up, or camera looking like 45 degree camera angle up, or camera like whatever. It's even can look little down, kind of like angle a little down, kind of. So it's like shows some more ground, you know. So two parameters, so many options can play around. Later we'll demonstrate kind And then for we can talk about like tilt, right? So it's like maybe it's like 3 and 3A. Yeah, let's include 3A. So angle and tilt. 3A tilt. Okay, some subcategories. So camera any level. So it can be like vertically rotated. It can be like this rotated, right? So this case, what happened, like when we rotated it like this, we move in y-axis and the horizon line. So it's like kind of this cross of y-axis and horizon line will move. So it's like if you're 1 point perspective, y-axis and horizon line like this when camera not tilt. When camera tilt, you draw it like this. Okay, like it's rotated to the right, like y and horizon line. So, and same you see, so we have like this 3.5 or 4 parameters to work around. They all in sphere of working with perspective grids. Okay, so in order to show camera height, camera angle, or all the stuff, you need perspective grid. Okay, so because if you don't do perspective grid, like I don't know, just stop drawing. Okay. Hello, Sammy. Hello, Grendel. Yeah, happy Friday. Yeah, okay, so talking here about this stuff. Так. Jorge Jiménez. Or Jiménez. Okay. So this is our framework. Okay. Perspective grid. Let's me write here. Grid. Camera. And yeah, let's anyway. So field. Let's me write here. Field of vision, angle, height, and tilt. Okay, and now like I did again, I will give you a link in the comment, or you can just browse my previous video. Like there is like really like limited amount of camera angles and kind of camera type of shots we can use in for comic books, which is very convenient. You know, you just learn them, you practice drawing them, and then you go watch your favorite artist and you see how they apply this limited amount of camera shots, camera like view types. So let's say, and they all like about the type of perspective grid. Like I don't want, because it will take like 2 hours to explain them all. I give you like most common, kind of most basic. So let's say one, it's we will see here, I will later demonstrate. We have this in Jimenez, but I call it like Akira angle because like first is was super famous from Akira. So we have, it's like camera height on a level kind of like a flying bird or a drone, right? So you can call it like a drone or helicopter view. So like drone view. In this type of shot, camera kind of like looking down, so we don't see horizon line. And also camera is like having narrow lens, is not a wide lens, is never narrow lens. In the narrow lens type, perspective grid don't have conversion or will have like very little conversion. Okay, so, and here let's show you, for example, it's also called isometry. And okay, let's do two. So for example, like we have y-axis go like this, z-axis go like this, x-axis go like this. So also for this one, it's about like 45 camera angle looking down, about kind of, yeah, like very natural kind of camera angle 45. But you have a lot of kind of options how to move around this grid, like so, because you see it can be tilted, right? So we can have like y-axis tilt this way. So then now let's can change. Wait a second. I don't want to repeat too much. Так, can y or z-axis can make like this. See, so, and x, let's say, no, like this, for example. And also, so you can play around yourself just to see like how many versions of this grid, of this camera angle you have, which is like very important. What I also say, you know, it's important to know what to practice. You're not just like kind of like, oh, I want to draw good pictures, kind of. No, you need to think what you do, right? And practice smart. So here it's like a very essential visual language for us, like when we draw something like in a space, right? So you play around with this and you became like more literate, you became like more intuitive, more like you became actually a master, you know. So all this like complex view will be like very fluent and natural thing to do, like speak about like what you did yesterday, you know. So let's say also maybe so here I have dude, for example, talking, and here other dude. And so here we have tilted, right? So let's say make like a car. Some can make like crazy James Bond type of drawings, like dun 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 dun. This car looks funny here. And the building. So here's like corner of a house, maybe a road. Let's make some car weird. Anyway, you got idea kind of. Так, so then we have like a camera angle type, camera shot type, when we're talking about like when we want to show character from like close to natural view. So let's say when we can see horizon line, next to character. So in this case, we use a character as so let's see. Like a kind of like a ruler or something. So here we have, like, let's say camera on the left will be like knee level high. So which mean horizon line will be on the knee level high. Okay, so and this can be like, I don't know, let's say if it's like 2-point perspective, then it will be kind of like this. Then on the right we have like it's same, can be like on about like knee level or ground level, maybe like ankle height, you know. So let's say, yeah, let's say it's like ankle height. So we have like little of his like feet right below her eye level, and it still can be like 1-point or 2-point perspective, or but here I choose it to be like 3-point perspective. Okay, so which mean it's just like about this XYZ, not like rocket science here. You just say, okay, 3-point perspective, we have this kind of perspective grid. That's it. And here you see is like about camera angle. You have 3-point perspective when camera have some vertical rotation. So in this case, on the left is not 3-point perspective because camera parallel to ground. But here on the right, camera looking up. So it's like a slight angle, like above ground. There is a lot of kind of there is technique how can you exactly define like exactly like which angle camera rotated, like 45-degree or whatever. But first of all, you know, I think it's like super useful and making it like very convenient to use. It's you just like remember that when camera looking 90-degree up, like this, right? It will see Y vanishing point. Okay, so and when you have like yeah, like if you have picture which is like a 1-point perspective, but instead of Z vanishing point on horizon line, you have Y vanishing point, right? So it means like camera is like about 90-degree, because like is looking like, you know, instead of looking straight is looking up. So okay, say here, so так. Okay. And let's say third type, which also kind of like very limit. In like in my video, another video, it's about like 15 type of camera shots. So let's say which one? Yeah, let's say like I call CCTV or elevator type of camera shot. So it's something between a drone and this like direct camera kind of. It's when camera looking 45 and it's not so far like a helicopter camera. So it's closer and it means we will see conversion in XYZ axis. So for example, so if like here you see lines was just parallel, it was like isometry. Here we will see y-axis converging like this. Z-axis converging like this. In this case, like x-axis, they're just parallel and also don't have a horizon line. So same, you can rotate this, and I will not show how we rotate, but what I will show that any of this type of camera shot can be done as a fisheye perspective. Okay, so it's like this, for example, right? Let's make this one as a fisheye perspective. What should I do for this? I just kind of like squeezing this perspective grid inside my picture frame. So now I will able to see vanishing points. So I can see, let's say, Y vanishing point, right? So here it was outside frame. And I will see Z vanishing point. So now, to show it properly, vanishing points so close to each other in the frame, we need to use fisheye perspective grid with a curved axis. Okay, so because if you will make it straight axis, like everything will be like distorted like a crazy, like you will have like a 90-degree angle will look like a blade, you know, like cut you in half. So also there is like different versions. So this can be like a 5-point perspective grid. So if it's 5-point perspective grid, then horizon line will be just a straight line. Or it's gonna be like I showed in the previous videos, like a curvilinear horizon line, like this. So we have this Z vanishing point on curvilinear horizon line. So then you draw this Z-axis. Then we draw a Y-axis grid. Then we draw X-axis. Go like this. So you see, it's a same type of shot, but it's now exaggerated because we turn it into fisheye, right? And we can make it even farther. We can make it like make visible X vanishing points, for example, right? So now let's make it crazy, right? Where is it? Yeah, I can move it. Так. So let's say Z vanishing point, X, let's say here like this. Y vanishing point. And just draw some z-axis here. Okay. And let's put some people. So here is like, it's so typical, like we see in a Ghost in a Shell, in almost every anime. If there's elevator, they will always have this camera angle. So it's kind of like, you see, and character can be closer to camera like this. Also can pointing gun, like Bond, James Bond, and then here so we're following this like Y. And again it's like Bond, James Bond, and kind of be careful with who you go to elevator. And this one, right? So now we have like super extreme. Let's see. No, and also we this same kind of like CCTV type of shot again, so we always can tilt it, alright? So it's like easiest thing to do is just like tilt this grid. So it's all like looks I don't know how to say it. It's kind of, you know, it's like a magic tricks. When you understand, you realize how simple it is, you know, and how complex it looks when you just make it proper way. So it's just like looks extremely difficult, but it's very easy to do. And this is kind of like a idea of knowledge, you know, like it's easy when you know how it works. When you don't know how it works, it looks like a magic. It's like, wow, like this guy is a genius, and you know. Only problem is just everybody have in the beginning, they don't have like proper brains. Their brains like too soft, like they think like, oh, drawing should be like mindless kind of process. You just like sit and like, oh, I'm so inspired, and like you cry when it's no work, you know. No, just sober up, collect your brains, and work properly. That's it. All your like inspiration, fun will appear in the process. You cannot kill your joy with some discipline. You know, it's a kind of reappear on a new level. Now you will be like a joyful professional artist who know things, how they work, who is educated and literate. You know, don't afraid like it will disappear if you will start using your brain. It's not how it works. Okay, so now using this approach, let's look on a reference. Let's study Jorge Jiménez. Так, where is it? So many windows. Так, let's also break it here. Yeah, if you will not use your brain, Schwarzenegger will find you and he's scarier than Freddy Krueger.
You have no respect for logic. And I have no respect for those with no respect for logic. You're a very stupid person.
So, yeah. Have respect for logic. Yeah, imagine like before, like philosophers, they always buff, like bodybuilders. Так. Okay, let's see. Jet Barber, hello. Так, so let's just like, okay, maybe I will just one by one and break them. Yeah, let's just break them one by one. So after you like video will be recorded, you can just like browse it, like watch with a faster speed, whatever. Okay, so you see what we have here, right? We have different type of camera shots. Так. So let's see. So here we have this building on the background. Here we have this building on the background. So we already can say, because this vertical on both buildings is just parallel lines, so what kind of perspective grid we have, what kind of type of perspective grid it is, right? So it's like kind of 1 point perspective grid. So in 1 point perspective grid we have a parallel y-axis and we have like z vanishing point, and here like you need to know where is eye level. Here is kind of no, this kind of picture. Okay, yeah, I see. Or okay. Anyway, like if you don't see it clearly, let's just imagine it. No big deal. Here is very simple. So z vanishing point and x. Okay. So let's say we have like camera height on the level like a shoulders of a Batman. Okay, so just like keep in mind, okay, what kind of camera shot we have. So if I want to recreate this kind of picture, right, so let's say, okay, have this, have this. So think like everybody lacking in perspective, it's application. So we not only learn like principles of perspective, but you also should learn application, and the best way it's learn from your favorite artist. It's like best, it's satisfying, and it's kind of like most direct approach, because you study from art which you want to create yourself. It's example of a perfect result you want to achieve, right? So, and then you make like, okay, here this, like your character. And here you have like other character, he's just standing closer, and we can say like his height, he's like not very tall guy, right? Because he, compared to Batman, he is like only his shoulder level high. And let's say he's holding some kind of gun. And this sombrero man. And you can draw some buildings on background. Now we have grid. You can draw whatever, like a cyberpunk, whatever punk you want, steampunk, lazy punk. Drum and bass punk. Okay, so you see also I just always trying to find words how to make it as clear as possible, right? But if people like who don't watch first part of a video, for them this look like a very woke thing, but I was explain is like this exactly, like what type of camera shot it is, right? So we have a perspective grid, kind of 1-point perspective, and we have a camera shot type when we have horizon line. So in this case, camera parallel to ground, so it's not rotated vertically, it's not tilted, it's parallel to ground, and its camera height is like Batman shoulder height. Okay, if you know exactly like how tall Batman, so you can even have like exact centimeters for this. So then let's go next shot. On the left is kind of very simple. It's like super flat as this. So let's go this one, Akira kind of shot. Okay. Так. So you see what you need when we have this kind of like a down shot, like helicopter, bird view, whatever call it. You need to see here, is it like elevator type of perspective grid or Akira kind of angle type of grid. So which means is like y-axis will converge or y-axis will be parallel. Okay, so just like, and actually as artist, you can make your own decision, right? So because we can use both type of grid for this picture. Here it looks like most likely it looks like it's just a vertical. It's just parallel. So it's like this. But the z-axis convergent. Okay. And x parallel here. Like this. So let's say again, if I want to draw not just copy this picture, but I want to draw similar picture like this, right? So I have, maybe I can start this time from like having like characters. So I have like some characters standing. It's like, or here's some other character. Another character. Smaller. Then I say, okay, so this z-axis, x-axis, and y-axis just vertical. So it's even no need to draw because what, okay, for example. What important here, nuance for this type of camera angle, if we have, if y-axis parallel, and this will blow your mind right now. Imagine we have people, character, right? So when character, just like in some kind of like a zero perspective situation, right? So he's just looking front to you like this, right? And you know by default what is width of his shoulders, width of his waist, pelvis, width between knees, width between feet. So we have this kind of like parameters, like you know by default without any conversion, like just like standing straight like on a character sheet, right? Then what happen if you have grid with like y-axis which is not converge, it means these lines, they will not change. So this kind of ratio, so let's say if your character have like shoulders like ratio 2 and his waist ratio 1, right? You know what I mean? So it's like 1 1 1. So here is 2, here is 1, like this, right? So it's your character, you know ratio for your character. When you draw him in a kind of like drone shot or whatever, and you know in this perspective y-axis not converge, this ratio will be same. Так, so let's see, like here, right? So here we have like y-axis parallel. So, and this your character, we have 2 and 1. So here's your character. We just see him like with some angle, but there is no conversion. It's like a default natural proportion. So, and now like every time you look like Akira angle like this, right? Or also kind of like any long shot type of lens, you will see this effect. You will see that they're drawing people like here, like we have this guy with a hat. It's kind of like if, almost like if we just drawing him standing in front without any distortion, you know. It's like one of easiest way of drawing people. Only kind of complexity here is that all of these lines of body structure, they at angle. That's it. Same like Batman here. It's like, so you don't need even like think too much about like proportions or something. Just draw your character proportions. And of course, like if camera like very high and looking straight down, so let's say we have y axis like this, and again like I have 2 for shoulders, 1 for waist, right? So we just have like overlap when like head overlap and shoulders like this top body part overlapping pelvis, and kind of this, right? Like kind of we're looking from top down. But again, this like ratio proportions, they remain same. So you kind of like learn how to manipulate these parameters. And okay, I have
You have no respect for logic.
yeah. And it's also not difficult. It just require you spend some little time to try it out, and you will see it clearly, right? So again, we have this character. Whoop. So you just see how like a vertical length squeeze, but horizontal like a width of character doesn't change. Maybe here it's not like super far camera, and no, still camera a little too close, but even here it's almost no change. Maybe with this body kind of this same ratio like this, right? So it's just like overlap, head overlap upper body overlap pelvis. Here is not overlap, but same ratio. So this kind of how you draw people in this angle. Так. Let's take this one. So this kind of direction of y-axis here. Then let's check where is the vanishing point. Okay, like this, the vanishing point. So here you see the axis, not same line with this road because it's ascending. So it's like this Batman car moving up. So here we have buildings. Maybe building can stand also here. So this parallel to the road, not, it's like called vanishing trace. Okay. So, and you can also find it. So like usually it's like let's say you need to horizon line, and you also look where it converge. So in this case is like if y-axis going down from the vanishing point, and you will have this vanishing trace here. Так, let's find x. Так. Yeah, kind of this x axis. Okay, so you see, like a first step, like most easy step kind of you can do, it's to find this grid from reference. But then you need to again like make this framework analysis to say, okay, what kind of camera angle we have, what kind of perspective grid type it is. So this tilted camera, right? We can see obviously camera tilted. You need to kind of say it in the words for yourself. Then we see camera here. Because y-axis convergent down, it means camera looking down. Because we don't see vanishing point here, then it's definitely like not 90 degree. It's like not close to 90 degree. This type of y-axis convergent, it's like about 45, something like this. So whatever, like somewhere in between, in the middle, between like z and so if we have z and y, right, this like view, so camera looking down somewhere, this kind of this area looking down. So camera looking down, camera tilted. Camera height is like above character, above vehicle. I have this kind of type I call like slight above character. Here character in a car, whatever. Anyway, you see like characters like below camera. So it's like down shot in this case. Camera higher than characters. And yeah, and we have like this tilted surface with a vanishing trace. So again, like we can redraw it, and this is what you should do, right? You can redraw the same picture and trying to copy everything, but you should always use this approach when you rebuild it using framework. So you think exactly what you do, and like each kind of decision you make, you understand why you make it. So let's say here this is our frame, and maybe I want to draw like same, but I don't want to look like I'm a plagiator, right? So I will tilt to the right. So I tilt camera to right. So horizon line will be here, Z vanishing point will be here. Can draw some. Так. X axis, Y axis. Okay, and we have vanishing trace, right? So look, here is like it's not so far. Yeah, maybe I will put here vanishing trace, right? So it will be like for my tilted road. Okay. So let's see. So here I draw in this road. Let's do like about here, right? Then from this point, road start to be parallel to ground. So it's going to vanishing point. Then here, let's be like a building, some building. So kind of end of street. Same here, can be some buildings. Some city skyline. And here our vehicle. And here's like Batman and Catwoman, or who is there? Okay, driving it. And some speed lines. So also like this speed lines here, they should be like parallel to surface vanishing point. So if it's tilted surface, so draw is like to vanishing trace, right? So vanishing point for speed lines will be in a vanishing trace. This here. Okay. Так. Yeah, and also we can turn it in fish eye, but I will draw it later on the paper. Let's see. So I keep it for later to draw on a paper. So this one is like 5-point perspective grid. Here again you see we have this parallel y-axis situation. So this y character kind of in a very default kind of proportions. So let's say y-axis go like this, parallel. Okay, and this x and this z Wait, little lazy. This Z there. So Z, X, Y. And here's your character. Just check it. You can draw somebody like lying on the ground. It's like, can draw. So here, somebody like standing. And somebody lying on the ground, but in a different angle. There's some puddle of ketchup. And then you can draw it like edge of a building, and there is some other rooftop, or we can see like a road, you know, on the road we can see some vehicle, like a taxi. And then we can see like a corner of a building, there like 7-Eleven, and there's some dude just buy coffee walking out. So it's all same grid, and if you know how it works, if you understand like how simple it is. So zebra, there is a woman with a baby on a zebra. Kind of drawing pictures became like just kind of like a plane in the sandbox. Okay, and there is like this, and there we can see little interior from 7-Eleven, and there is Spider-Man on a building. Etc, etc, you know. So let's see this one. I find it in JORGE Jiménez Facebook, and everybody posting GIF from movie with this actor, I forget his name, Superman actor, you know, like I think, well, yeah, it's from Mission Impossible, where Tom Cruise was fighting with this guy. So people immediately recognize a reference. So you see we have here this curvilinear y-axis like we have in a 5-point perspective grid, right? So 5-point perspective grid, like y vanishing point, x, x. So, and we have this y-axis converging like this. So, and we see z-axis going to z vanishing point. So we have this z vanishing point. Oop. And X. Whoop. Whoop. So here X is a straight line because in a 5-point perspective grid it's a horizon line. It's camera eye level. So in this picture he actually trying to beat somebody very short. It's kind of unfair. So, or okay, maybe like he's like hunch or how's it called? Like he already like got punch in his stomach and like he's like oh. So because his eye level here about his chest. Так. Or okay, maybe it's fair, maybe he enemy. It's this girl. He want to punch this girl. Wait a second. No way. Batman, what are you doing? Be gentleman. So, and you see what we have here is like I was talking before. It's like 5-point perspective being partially represented. And like I often have like I put picture somewhere like in a Reddit and I say this is like 5-point perspective. They say like wait a second, there's only one vanishing point here. Well, I'm sorry, it's like, but it's still 5-point perspective grid, you know. So just have in mind, right? So we have this kind of area here. Yeah, about this area. But structure, it's structure from 5-point perspective grid. And again, like you can recreate, like draw your own picture, right? Like we can make it like totally different scene. Maybe okay, this time let's just make him silver. Maybe it's like, yeah, One Punch Man. Okay, so and actually like I draw him too big, so you can already notice because like here is like no, he will be like start to converge on very fast. So we'll need to draw him kind of manga style. So anyway, so we have this like rooftop. And here have buildings. And again, if like my picture here, I can like cut him here so it will look fine. But if it go further, so my y-axis will start to look crazy. Так. Let's see. This one cool. It's like very much like manga style. Also we have this. Can break down. This like watch my Masamune Shiro videos. Like I explain this type of view. I mean, I can definitely see he inspired a lot by Katsuhiro Otomo and Masamune Shiro. And this I like. Also, good example. Так. Yeah. Let's break down these 3 pictures and later I will draw them on a paper. So you will see how you can draw. So this one, you see y-axis and you see z-axis. You see we don't have horizon line here. It's a CCTV or elevator shot in my kind of terminology. Okay, so whoop, we can immediately can draw it. So x-axis parallel like this, right? So and here again, once you understand this, draw this kind of view, it became just fun, just like funny play in like you remember your childhood. It's like, oh, it's so easy, I can't believe it. Because look, here we have like interior, exterior, but they're all in the same space. So here Batman, I guess I kind of Batman dude. He's just like checking his Batman car on the parking. So then we have this table and chairs, right? They all following this grid. So then have some dudes. On the table. You can put some stuff on a table, can be like parallel, like maybe computer, right? Some other random papers. Op. So here other guy on the table. So here we have this like room edge, right? And now we see that like here camera 45 degree looking down in a room. So it's like kind of literally here is like if camera, like why is CCTV? Because usually see is like a corner of interior and cameras attached to the wall corner kind of, right? So it's kind of looking here. So you can imagine like most likely it's like the CCTV security camera attached to wall to somewhere like in the corner, so it can see more of a space. And also we see that in this room itself, it's very high, like, I don't know, like how high here is, like 20 floor high, something like this. So we can see like lower buildings from the top. We can see other buildings, rooftops. So now I can draw, like, using this grid, right? I can draw some buildings, rooftops. We can show street. So here, let's say it's a road, then some corner road, turn to left, a zebra on the road. So, and I draw in all this, I'm not even trying to copy what I see on the reference. I just take a situation. I just see in this reference, we can see road, we can see building, rooftops. That's it. It's all information kind of I need, because it's extremely easy to draw all this stuff. And to make it fun for myself, I want it to be more of my decision than kind of like painstaking copying process. When, you know, when I try and was like, okay, where's this line go on his picture? Like I should copy exactly as I see. No, your goal eventually is like you want to draw yourself, right? So use a reference as a guide, use it as a inspiration or like idea reference. So it's give you idea, like give you a solution also, right? So you can draw like vehicles on the road. So, and they're all, everything, people walking there, everything align with same perspective grid. Okay. So let's see. This Batman Spider-Man situation. So this type of grid, it's this example of a fish eye kind of without curvilinear. So it's like a straight, and basically it's like three-point perspective. Okay, so we have this z vanishing point on the left, horizon line somewhere here. Let me make more clear. So we have this second vanishing point, x. Let's see where it goes. I'm looking too small. Anyway, so it can be here, x vanishing point. So like in a three-point perspective, we have this zx and y-axis here, very extreme convergence, some kind of this. So to recreate this, let's see. So Z vanishing point, X vanishing point. And Y, so Y here also very, very extreme. Maybe even more like this. Like this. So this is why we see like this building being distorted so much here. Then it's like a road here. Some other building. Let's see. So this like sink on the roof, can draw it as a box first and then make a like elliptical, make a cylinder. Так. Etc. Also like like a road, vehicles on a road, can make them boxes, etc. And yeah, Superman, Spider-Man, kind of surprise there together. It's like, wait a second. Okay. And this one, very fun, cool, like manga style fisheye. Так. So we have Z. Yeah, maybe let's make it closer. Так. Okay, so we can see on the reference. So yeah, Z is like right on his forehead. And then here we see Y. Y vanishing point about here. Okay. So then we can again, so here you see I talk all the time like framework, so it means you already need to know perspective grids. So like from my previous video, like this curvilinear fisheye grid, here he actually here he using 5-point perspective grid, but I will show two versions kind of. So this one is 5-point grid, which again is just this, so Z vanishing point, Y vanishing point here, right? So X, X. Why I see this? Because let's double check. So here is X curved like this, right? Here X curved like this. So we can see how curvature of X diminishes towards Z vanishing point. So it means it's a 5-point perspective grid type. Only he makes this Z axis, he make it curved like this. So usually it's like will be straight lines, but here because he show more of y-axis, right? So we have this y-axis. He curved this z-axis like this. So it's like little exploded 5-point perspective grid. Exploded downwards towards y vanishing point. And actually, like I will say, it's example of how artists can make perspective with broken perspective rules. So he broken here rules actually. It's not like kind of scientifically correct, you know. If it ever makes sense, this phrase. You know. So X here, keep going, kind of like this, okay? And like speaking of like more proper kind of perspective, here will be works this perspective better from my previous video. So what kind of perspective it will be? So let's take same situation, kind of we have Z and Y, right? So yeah, maybe different color. Oh, but okay. So here will be better work, like will make more sense using curved horizon line. So instead of making straight line go over the vanishing point, we curve it this way, because it's like downshot, I was explaining in previous videos. So horizon line will curve this way. If it's upshot, then it's opposite. We will have like this kind of curvature. So, and in this case, x axis will go this way, like this. So straight line for x-axis will be between z and y. And here x-axis expand like this. For y axis will go like this. And this grid is not 5-point perspective grid. It's more, this type of grid is, okay, it's like, if you can actually find like 1-point perspective inside 5-point perspective, which means it's just like, it will be just like very, very small part of perspective grid right in the center of 5-point perspective. But you can't find this grid inside 5-point perspective, and you can't extract this grid. No matter what you try to do with 5-point perspective, you can't extract this grid. It will make any sense. It will be like kind of shiza nonsense. But this grid came from 6-point perspective. I have this video where I'm talking about 6-point perspective, and I will talk again. Write me in the comments if you want. It's like top level, most crazy extreme advanced perspective, okay, which like 99% of the time you don't need. But if you're curious, it's fun, you know. So this type of like curved horizon line, it's kind of like little simplified version from 6-point perspective. Так, so, and the go like this. Так. So it will not change situation much here, like in the composition, but like I say, just we will like talking like technique is like little more proper way. So same as kind of we have. Okay, building here. Same, you see we can have this like interior. So this like tailings in interior. Corner, ceiling. Doors, so, and yeah, Batman. He's like, I am the Batman. I'm a danger. Так. what also kind of mistake here is kind of perfect example. Yeah, it's perfect example because already like one more mistake here is that it's like this girl standing here, right? It looks like she's like much taller than Batman. So if she's like his height, or like let's say like make her like little shorter, right? So her head should be here, below horizon line, below like Batman eye level. So if she like standing here, for example, she's like this. If I draw her like this, she's just like taller than Batman. No, maybe she's a basketball player, kind of. But what is important here is is not like you're going like watching, like study your favorite artist work to diminish kind of his value, kind of say like, he have mistakes, so he's not so great, I can relax kind of here. No, in actual point is you should to learn that making like professional work or like master quality work doesn't mean you make perfect work. It's even may have like super basic mistakes. So all these beginners who have this wrong idea of prepare themselves to be ready to make perfect works, and they're like stuck with all these essentials. Eventually you think they improve like very good because they focus on studying theory and essentials. No, in reality they only like go into different YouTube channels and complain in the chat that is very difficult, and they're like spend like 10 years study perspective or something like this, Yeah, because you try and doing everything together. It's like overwhelms you. You give up. You like drawing like 1 hour a week, and tell yourself story like you're drawing for 10 years, when in reality, total time was like 20 hours maybe in this 10 years. Okay, so yeah, again, it's just look, nobody notice any error here. It just look cool, and this is how it works. We need to understand perspective because it's not to avoid critique, not to like show off others, say like, you see I cannot draw, like look at how smart I am. No, it's make you more creative because you have like much bigger picture, you can work with a very complex subject much more fluent, which is also means you will always make mistake anyway, but process will be more fun and more higher quality results. Okay, this kind of point, this is why you need to learn. And just like my examples here, it was demonstration kind of this, when you can read it very easily, this kind of result of learning. You can read it, you can build, you can draw it, all this stuff very fluently. It take effort, like for me, like at my current stage kind of, for example, right, like I have a struggle with like having like Jiménez, for example, like this fluent line art, like very like clean and awesome line art quality. This is kind of my current struggle, but perspective, no problem at all, you know. It's just like fun to do. Так. Yeah, and also need to anatomy improve. There's a lot of stuff which fun to might be better too. So let's break here.
Madness. This is Jane Bond art.
Так, okay. Let's make some drawings here. Так. Так. Yeah, feel free to ask anything, like write in the chat, comments, feedback, poetry, like if you write some poetry, you can share. Some ideas your Так, so okay, so this we have this grid here. Так. Oh, I should use ruler, forget. Z-axis, X-axis, twin. Так. So now I make, once I have grid, right? So same, like if I draw myself, let's say like I develop an idea, right? So it's also like kind of very basic thing everybody talking about. First you can make like very simple scribbles, so like okay, here's some kind of chairs, kind of, so there's some people and there my guy standing, and there's like, okay, maybe here we can see road and the cars, see? So, and like a rooftop or something, kind of, you can be like, first you make notes for yourself, like a comic book storyboarding, right? You make like, okay, this will be a page with this design. Then you can like maybe more elaborate, and you say like, oh, I want him like standing with a costume, and can make like little more details and stuff. But at certain point, because you've been watching Jane Bond art channel, kind of, right? At certain point you also ask yourself like what perspective grid it will be, because you will need perspective grid. It will just make your picture much better, and you say like, okay, it will be like this. So, and now in your, you can make like small sketch with all the stuff, like how it might look with the grid. Okay, so say, okay, same kind of very raw, some kind of this, so I can see, okay, yeah, okay, so it will be road here, Same again, very raw, because you need just some composition idea. Okay, but now you have like this raw sketch together with perspective grid. Okay, and then you do this on a big size. You make a perspective grid and composition of these main elements. So it's help you, you know, without it's kind of in this way. It's a more kind of fluid. It's more fluid, so you feel like you need less effort to adjust. So when you don't start with firm, like solid details, when everything like this, like little vogue, little, like, you know, sketchy, it's very easy to adjust. This is what you need. If you start to make it like detail too early, it became stiff. It's became like a burden, because you're like, oh, I need to somehow keep this cool lines. I'm afraid to erase them. I'm afraid if I will draw again, I will not have this kind of quality. You know, it's give you like extra pressure, and it's also can be wrong. So you make these perfect details, but they're wrong. So just don't do it mistake. Don't start details too early. Okay. So just kind of like this general idea, what and where. So we have this guy here. We have this like Batman, or who is here, window. Maybe can indicate this building something. Okay, and then like step 3, if I want to kind of help myself with line art, I can draw with a pencil a little more details. So you see also kind of when we see all this like hype about Kim Jong-il, you know, everywhere, it's like very easy to entertain viewers on YouTube with like performing this kind of like, oh, like Kim Jong-il draw without pencil. And I don't say it's kind of easy to draw, but it's like it's more entertainment than education, you know. So if your goal to perform as a maestro, like you go somewhere on the public and you draw without pencil and everybody's like clapping, say like, wow, you can draw without pencil. Okay, then you study this stuff, right? But if your goal, like drawing comic books, illustrations, whatever, all the stuff, they all include pencil. And even Kim Jong-il talking about this. Even Kim Jong-il say like I don't remember, like he in a Prokovo's interview, he said like, I never say you should not use pencil. It's just like, you know, everybody talking about this, but even Kim Jong-il is like, I never say you should not use pencil. Like, who tells this? I don't know. It's weird, you know, just people like sometimes creating weird. It's like almost like a conspiracy about Kim Jong-il, you know. Like almost like whole point of his work is how to draw without pencil, which is like nonsense. So in the first these stages with composition, all this is just to help me to make finishing line art, right? So, and at any stage I can stop and just start to drawing with like ink, or I don't know, like black pencil here, what I have. It depends on how confident I am with this particular picture, because some picture can be like crazy difficult. and then you will like destroy your pencil, like redrawing and erasing, looking for better kind of like anatomy or something, you know. So I will draw this chairs a little different. Hello, soup. Yeah, you can watch recording after. So talking in beginning about this. So let's see this guy here. So I mean, just don't put this like absolutely unnecessary pressure of kind of like believing like you must draw without pencil, like nonsense. Also, like to help you with that, just go and better research process of your favorite master artist. Like there's so many like my favorite artists. So like most of them drawing with pencils, they're like compositions. Just because like when you develop composition, you draw something what is never been done, you know. So you yourself, you don't know yet how it will look. So you need to figure it out, and you spend some time with it. You just kind of it's absolutely like normal and natural thing, not able to draw like from one take something what you never draw before. And there's a lot of stuff, right? Like I don't know, like tanks, helicopters. Battleship, like just take like open like any spread of Akira and ask like who will able to draw this like epic scene without reference, without pencil. It's like it's not how it works. So then here, this guy. Batman, James Batman. Yeah, and a lot of this kind of mastery. Yeah, you just should accept it's a process nobody can force. When you really experienced, when you educated, it will like appear in your work, kind of, right? And don't try to make it look like you have it without actually having it, you know. So this kind of also realistic self-perception or kind of critique, right? Like when you look, say, like, yeah, it's kind of, I'm not there yet. It's objective reality, like I should be aware of it. So I need like more practice with this. Maybe I need to study better to figure out something, like lack of theory, lack of practice. So if you can do something, say, okay, yeah, it's just a signal, like I need to work more on it. Don't try to force kind of progress, but learn, like better read your own progress and work with it. Some kind of mega advice. It's kind of like remind me some parodies from movie, like it was Sweat, Pain and Gain, I think, was about like bodybuilders. What is this, like say, like you must be doer. Stop thinking, start doing, do better, stuff, kind of. Some funny self-help talk. But I'm actually from generation when self-help was working. You know, it's like eventually it's been like spoiled by grifters or, you know, all these frauds who just like kind of all these seminars, workshops, all this nonsense. But idea itself, I like it, and it's been work for me. And I know many people who also like been like changing their life actually, you know, with all this self-help books. Like my favorite 7 habits of highly efficient people. Like very recommend, super book. Okay, so computer. Okay, it's like transparent computer kind of. Some bureaucrats with their papers. Cool, I'm surprised somebody in the Batman universe know my channel. Так, soup. Yeah, again, it's like a sub question, right? It's hard to answer because, like, anyway, nobody follow like my recommendations. Because there's like video, like perspective, how to draw perspective part 1, right? And I give homework, like you probably watch it, but you didn't do homework, right? So, and so for myself, how it works, how I learn, right? I just okay, I don't know like how to, hard to answer this question. I was working on a job, like a salary job, in 2010, I guess. And it feels like, you know, like I will spend all my life there. That's it. Just because so convenient, you know, you just show up, you sit there, do very easy work, you know, compared to for being artist, like work in the office is so easy. Just like do what boss tell you and that's it. You just need to wait. But then I realized like, okay, really, like I can waste all my life like this. And it's no guarantee that nothing will change. And eventually, if like I didn't quit, right? Eventually, I probably right now be somewhere like on a underground on the war, you know. So I just realized one thing is how life works. You do what people tell you to do, or you tell yourself what to do, and you do as you decide. Okay, so and then I decide I want to be artist, and I will do whatever it takes to become artist, in a framework of my like moral codex, kind of, right? So like I'm not like hunting people and stuff, like I mean, it's just like when I see a lack of practice and I have no reason not to practice. Like, what reason? Like, bad mood, no inspiration, like, I don't know, like, situation in the world, or no food, whatever reason, right? All this is excuses. And if I'm serious, if I really want to kind of become artist, I need to manage everything, so I do practice and I work. And then when you finally decide you actually want to become artist, it's actually important for you, right? Manage to make a drawing about like at least 8 hours a day. Okay, and that's it. Very simple. It's like you don't need any like special story about this. Very simple. Because if you want to be artist, eventually it will be your job, which means like you will at least spend 8 hours a day doing this job. What do you expect? You think like an artist, like when you like let's take like future picture, right? You're like, oh yeah, finally I know perspective. Finally I can draw anatomy. I can draw cars, pretty girls, like all this like horses, sword fights, like epic scenes, like planet explosions. I can draw everything I want, right? And I have a clients, everybody like lining up, want me to draw, and I draw like 1 hour a day. This kind of what you imagine like being artist is, right? Like you have like all these skills, you have all these people want your work, and you just like when you feel in the mood, you spend about kind of 1 hour, you draw some picture, and that's it. It's like your work day, right? I mean, just kind of like explain it to yourself, like how it makes sense. In reality, it's kind of like, yeah, it will take at least like 8 hours, you know. Just look like, now you can ask AI everything, right? Like ask how much time each particular artist work, like your favorite artist, right? Just ask AI, because there's like interviews, they have personal blogs, they have like YouTube channels sometimes, like Daniel Warren Johnson, right? He talking a lot about this in his early videos, like how he became professional, how much time he spent. I read a lot of interviews, I listen all the stuff, everybody say same stuff. Just start treating it like a job, like a work. So you're not looking for some like fairy tale lifestyle. You're make decision what kind of life you will live. And if you cannot make this decision for yourself, eventually life will push you towards some place where other people decide you to be. Okay, so because you will need money anyway, and you will make money doing job other people tell you to do. So and if you not, it's so difficult, it's so hard, you know, it's a lot of struggle being artist. So you decide for yourself, you ready for the struggle, you ready to take it seriously or not. If not, just forget about it, just find something else, or take easy life of doing what other people tell you to do, kind of, you know. No, it's somehow it's much easier than being on your own, you know. It's like I like in this HBO Rome series, you know, about Rome movie series. They kind of show it very well. It's like in Rome, right? Like people say like slavers, like it's like some kind of like, you know, all the slavers, they're like super free-spirited people, like who have so much individuality. They have like super like efficient and productive people. Like you just let them go and they will start to create civilization on their own, right? When in reality, like slaves, it's people who just reject freedom themselves, you know. So they say like, just give me food, I will do what you say me to do, you know. No, I mean I talk in like not people like who's in like Chinese camps in Myanmar. There's people like who right now like being like captured by triads. But right now, like in now like with Rome, like slaves in Rome, right? So kind of people who working like whatever job because it gives them money and because they don't need like think much about their own like ways, like they don't have their projects, they don't have their visions, they don't have their goal, they don't need to risk. The only risk it's like all risks are on a boss. And it's crazy, it's like a lot of risk, you know, if you open like a company, if you it's like a lot of stress, a lot of risk. Salary workers have no idea. They all think it's kind of easy. So that's why I also kind of like against this like mentality of contemporary kind of this soft pity kind of reality when people like, oh, I need to remember my childhood, why I'm an unhappy person, and like who kind of tell me something in the childhood so I cannot be creative or I cannot be happy, blah blah, something like this. Oh, it's just life. Like nobody happy. That's just take it by default, you know. Happy only junkies. Like before they get kind of on a how's it called, like an serotonin gap before they get down to hell kind of. But everybody who live, everybody struggle, and you choose being artist, not because you're seeking pleasure kind of, not because you're seeking this kind of like happy life. I don't like this idea, it's a stupid idea, which is like, it might be work this way. You might say like, yeah, I'm artist much happier than like mine worker, like, right? Or again, some kind of, I don't know, just anybody who don't hate their job. But you know, everybody who hates their job, most of them have option to quit. They just prefer to enslave themselves by their like fear. You choose to be artist, because this make more sense for you. Okay, this is how I see it, because this make your life at least have some sense, you know. So whatever struggle you have, whatever nonsense happen everywhere, at least you have some sense in your life. And because it's my reasonable choice, and I do what I understand, and I kind of make my own decisions. So my life makes sense for me. This is why I doing it. And this can, like, in many cases, it can be even harder, you know. Like, you choose to be artist. Eventually, it might be turn out like you make your life harder because of this, instead of making it like easier or happier or whatever. So it's just like, art is not about happy kind of, you know. It's just like, imagine it's like a soldier, or I don't know, yeah, like a police guy who chooses job because it's safe for him, you know. So in any situation he will look for his own security and comfort. It's like, will you call this guy like a proper policeman? It's more like kind of like he's considering it wrong way. Same for me is like what I think about art. At least it's my vision. Somebody might disagree. Anyway, so we have this here. So if you ask me again, like plan, sequence, I even give you sequence, right? First, figure out, is this like being artist important for you? If it's important, just manage to work on it 8 hours a day at least. And you can make it like 5 days, 8 hours. 2 days you can break. If you have like other job, if blah 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 something you have, it's your problem. It's the details. Manage. Start to think how to make less time with other stuff, to find time, at least have 8 time for drawing each day. 8 hours. So this is how I think about it. Так. So let's see. Yeah, maybe also make this. So it's more illustrative. So like I was in China. It was already, I've been like already like 5 years maybe travel, like, so I was a travel, drawing different places, different country, different city. Sometime I have like very luxury situation, like very amazing place. Like when I was in France, you know, the Mediterranean Sea, I was just like never seen anything beautiful like this. And sometimes, and most of the time, I was just like, I don't know, like deployed to some miserable situation, which I make it easier for myself, treating it like an interesting adventure from a book. So something after I can write and say like, okay, that was crazy, that was fun. But it wasn't fun in when you are in this situation, you know. And then again, I got some client, like a very rich client, and some of his friends invite me for a dinner. And there's like a very rich, very big company, like designers, stuff like this. So we sit in this expensive restaurant, eating dinner, and the director of this designer agency telling me like, oh, Gene, you know, I'm jealous of you. You're like artist. You're really free. You can do whatever you want. You can travel. You draw and stuff. And it's like real artist lifestyle. And this guy, right? And it's so interesting. It's so funny because he absolutely right. He absolutely right. Like I was like for about like 8 years for sure, I was living like 100% artist life. It's like absolutely iconic, you know, just drawing, travel, like meet people, drawing, and I was again drawing about 8 hours every day, like maybe just like, you know, occasionally, like one day like I didn't draw because like I don't know, like transportation or some kind of messy day, but usually I was like for 8 years in a row every day drawing 8 hours, like in the streets, all the stuff. So, and he have no idea like how much he need to sacrifice to live in this life. This guy like who have like a couple houses, have this, he's like a Porsche, like all this like luxury lifestyle, but he's not free like artist, you know. This is true. It's true. And it's just, it's so funny, and it's just reality, like that, how it works. Like you need to decide for yourself what kind of life you want and what kind of do you ready for what it takes to live this life. Because for sure being like director of designer agency, making business, whatever, it have a lot its own limitations kind of, and sacrifices, same as being artist. And like me, I don't want doing these sacrifices which need to work like some kind of salary work or businessman kind of life. And these people, they're definitely not ready to make sacrifice what required to be artist. Так, let's see which picture we're drawing now. Okay, let's draw this but I will little change it. Yeah, okay, super yolky. Super yolky-esque. Так, so super yolky say. So start drawing picture and in the process start to hate picture because see how much like how much skill kind of you're lacking, like all mistakes, right? Yeah, like one thing you need to also like have in mind that is not unique problem, like everybody has this problem as in every kind of art. Like I was reading who this like this guy who write it. I want to say Steve Jobs, but he's not Steve Jobs. Stephen King. Yeah, Stephen King have a book like about writing, like some kind of name, like how I write or how to write. Like everybody should read this. Kind of funny and very informative. So, and there he say, this is just what is creative job is about. It's like sometimes you feel it's easy to do, sometimes you like everything you do, sometimes everything under control, but always, like from time to time, always you will have these moments when it feels like you're doing absolute crap. Like he writes like you're with a shovel kind of throwing shit while being like in a covered with it like like to your head kind of, you know. So it's just like everything wrong, you feel horrible, but you need to keep doing it, you need to keep working. So it's just like one of this professional features kind of like everybody dealing with. So at the beginning you might have more than later you might have again some kind of like sudden strike of this like self-doubt, like hate to your work, self-criticism, whatever, you know, all these emotions. Learn how to manage all this, because just imagine, right, like you doing this stuff. What's this? It's a paper, pencils, I'm making marks on the paper, like it's a real process, okay? And my goal is to create like a real thing. It will be like real kind of like item or artifact kind of, right? Like I'm making artifact. This what is really happen. All the stuff in your head is not happen. It's not happen. It's just like because your untamed mind, like yeah, it's called like in Buddhist they call like a monkey, right? It's just like your untamed brain. You not adjust your. It's like your violin, right? Like your tool. You're not adjusted yet, and you adjusting it by doing work. By doing work, you will adjust your brain so it will have less this crap kind of and mess inside, you know, but you will never fix it entirely. So just remember, it's not a real thing. Nobody really is stopping you. Nobody really like telling, like standing in front of you and saying like, oh, you don't know how to draw, you know. Even if somebody will do this, still is kind of, you should think like, okay, this guy is crazy, kind of, right? I didn't ask his opinion, kind of like, and you just keep doing your stuff, right? So, like me, as I say, you know, there's in the world a lot of real problems or a lot of real obstacles. So let's say you need to run like 10 kilometers, right? And you broke your leg. Okay, this is like a real situation. You cannot run anymore, kind of, right? So like you, I don't know, maybe you will manage how to jump with one leg or whatever, you know? This is a real problem. Or you trying to draw, but there's some guy like jumping in your house and he's just like start punching you in the face. It's like, well, it's really hard to continue drawing, you know? It's a real situation. It's like a real problem. But when you see it and you start, oh, I feel I'm not sure about my drawing. It's so bullshit. Just stop kind of thinking about this like it's something serious, okay? Just keep, like, think about it, you know? Because otherwise you will spend your life thinking about what not really happened, what not really exist. Так. Just imagine like same situation, right? Like you see like, oh, again I try to draw a picture and again some dude like jump in here, start like kind of like taking my hair like like over like working table. It's like, stop drawing your freaking picture. Yeah, that's like a real problem. All other is not a problem. It's your untamed imagination, okay? It's true. It's true. It's not just kind of. It's true. And like if somebody will like all this psychology will say like, oh, somebody in a childhood tell you you cannot draw, and now you will, you know, your inner child is crying because somebody tell you this, and you need to heal your inner child, you know, you need to beat this drum and like screaming like yeah, and you need to go to psychology and like pay like $5,000 every week for a super helpful sessions. Так, I will talk and spoil whole perspective. Так. I will cry now. Yeah. I mean, really, right? Like, it's this kind of like, this kind of what being fooled, kind of what being like manipulated is. It's like we're constantly being like brainwashed with all this nonsense. And like I've been like also, no, I observing all this stuff. I was looking around, kind of looking like how people explain all this, and eventually it just like strike me, you know, say like, wait a second, like then like a crazy about whatever, right? Or you just doing what you should do, you doing what you choose to do or what you must do, right? So it's kind of your, if you're some kind of like moral code, so sometimes you do something because it's who you are, it's kind of your must, right? Sometimes you need to make decision, and often it feels uncomfortable. So it's not like some kind of like universe will smile at you, say like, great choice, congratulations, now you will be happy because you make a right decision. No, you might feel like horrible, it might be scary, and after like 1 year you will realize it was absolutely right. You wasn't sure all this time, but eventually you realize, yeah, it was absolutely right. Like I had some, for example, like I had some clients who want to cheat me. In China, they're like very crazy, and eventually they want to buy my art, and they give me like very good money, but I refuse. I just say like goodbye, kind of don't want to see you anymore, because it was feel like these people was so horrible, like these corrupted bureaucrats. And they like cheat so many artists, like ridiculous people. So it feels for me like if I sell my drawings to them, it will be like if I betray art itself. It's like I spend so much time, I like dedicate myself to making these pictures. They really like, for me, they're like sacred. They're sacred, And here I will like throw it in this like dirty pigs, kind of like, who don't have any nothing, kind of they believe in nothing, they only love money, kind of, and I just refuse. And I was like couple months I feel horrible, because like, oh my God, I'm so kind of naive. I'm like have no money after that, like zero money, like again back to homeless mode. But after 10 years, I remember this and see like totally right decision. Totally like it's some kind of decision which is important for self kind of development, because you have artist kind of perspective, artist vision, not just as some kind of like, you don't have it cheap. It's also a result of your life choices. So what you sacrifice, what kind of path you choose. And I believe like, because I did some kind of this like moral motivated choices, it's been like good foundation for some my art vision, kind of, for have this like honest, pure eye, kind of, I don't know, like this. But then it was feel like, oh my God, I'm kind of stupid guy. Так. So okay, we have this vanishing point. Так, so here I make this road. Yeah, framed perspective, cool. There's like new book, like framed environment perspective, something like this. I will check it too. Так. Okay, let's see. Batman. And same also like when I was choose to be also artist. When I kind of quit my job, I was like feel so nervous, and like a lot of people around me like who didn't understand. So everybody think you're crazy until this day when your plan work out, and then it's like, oh, you're lucky. Yeah, Super Yolki, read War of Art. Here, War of Art. It's not Art of War, War of Art. Small book, like you should read for sure, and have it on your bookshelf. It's like everybody should read this book. Or must. Should or must? Must. Так. I'm just stuck with this figure here. Так, so let's make. So here's this girl. She's about same high of Batman. Because this book is exactly about this. And also read again Stephen King, yeah, about how to write. Well, if you plan to write something, like write maybe for your comic book, I think it's still kind of like applicable for comic book artists. Так. Anyway, so here is this. Okay, anyway. I mean, there's many way how you approach art, right? Like, so no, kind of everybody might have different process. Important is like it should work, right? So what work for you? Like for example, Stephen King again, he's like for like, I don't know, 40 years, how long he writes, like crazy amount of time. All this time he have same schedule. Like he have like kind of like 7 morning, he's go to work table, he spend like 3 hours writing, he write 10 pages, something like this. And like this, like 5 days every week, like absolutely like stable, repeatable schedule. And after say couple years, like his brain already like switch immediately. Like he in the morning, his brain already like ready to write because he train his mind. His mind already know like, yeah, this time I'm writing. That's it. So he trained his mind with this like absolute stable schedule. So eventually every time he able to write 10 pages of his draft, right? And I have same with urban sketching, kind of drawing landscapes. I just can on this jewels, cool, thank you. I can course like my brain just immediately like switch, and it's hard to explain. It's like parallel reality for me, like when I draw outdoors. So everything like became like I'm looking everything from like artist perspective, kind of. So and I can draw like 5 hour non-stop, sometimes even 7 hour non-stop outdoors, you know. It can be like super hard, but you just can't stop because it's so exciting. So, and this happened again after a couple years. I've been doing this, so my brain is just like adjust. But there interview of Stephen King with Martin, I forget Martin, who write Game of Thrones, and he's like, you know, he's kind of like very sloppy guy, kind of, you know. You can say like he say himself like he's like not very organized kind of type of writer. Like sometimes he's like just slacking it, and totally not like Stephen King. So he don't have this kind of like absolutely stable schedule. He sometimes he have like kind of art blocks and stuff. And you know, if it's some kind of beginner, I will say like, oh, this guy is just lazy, not organized. But it's George Martin, this guy like who wrote this like, Game of Thrones, right? It's like, wait a second. So that's kind of how it is. Musical. Yeah, kind of actually, yeah. Interesting. Так. Whatever. Так, so here we have ceiling. So the black, yeah, you should finish this book from Stephen King. A very good book, and it's kind of like a very. It's just something like you should read for general education, because he kind of cover many topics there about kind of creative life, how he have problems with alcohol, kind of. This was fun to read. Some kind of. Never drew Batman before, actually. No, it's like a baseball man. Actually, yeah, right. It's like, why Batman don't have bat? Or it's like Beatman. Так, let's draw also some rooftop. Так. So here's Batman, Mary Jane. Don't know how her name. Louis Lane. Так. So let's see. Here. to improve line work, you need kind of copy a line art from your favorite artist. So because is line work is not only kind of this confidence and fluency, but it's also certain kind of a language. So you need to have this simplified approach, like how you draw like facial features, how you draw different like materials, like textures or patterns. So it's all is like actually it's like a symbols. It's almost like a symbols. So you look like like eye here, right? Eye and nose. You're not actually drawing eye. You making kind of this marks which make it look like eye. So, and I wish I understand it earlier, but it's something what you're not naturally learn. And in kind of like art academia and some kind of traditional art, they teach you their specific approach, like how to draw like 3D and stuff, like hatching. But for many other like art directions, like illustrations, comic book animation, they have like their own specific visual language, like in animation, for example, right? Like make some screenshots from Ghost in the Shell and look how they draw noses, like exactly like which marks they make. Because like when you improve your line quality, you need to have this like clear like you need to have this like trained memory for how you depict certain elements, right, with the lines. So, and then learning this, you also became more fluent with drawing these specific kind of icons, and eventually, yeah, you became like more like clean, say, with your lines. Yeah, so study animators, like what kind of line they have in their works. Так. So let's see what we have here. Spider-Man, Batman. Let's do this quick. Because it's kind of like a little unexpected answer maybe, but actually this kind of like lack of clarity, it's one of reason, like one of core reason why your line art like not improving, like why you're stuck. So так. Depends on what kind of animation you do, right? So what kind of animation you like? What kind of animation you consider like example for you? So you want to draw like this, like your favorite works. Thank you, Quits. Yeah, see you next time. Like, tell me what is your favorite animation? Sakuga. Yeah, I think like Sakuga. Yeah, I think it's very important for Sakuga to have like. You need to know like fisheye perspective, and again, it's like you will not draw it properly all the time. You don't need to make it perfect all the time, but I definitely see is like in a good Sakuga they have like they understand perspective very well. Oh, and all Disney, of course, they also know perspective. It's like you need to watch, like videos with Glenn Keane. I'm not sure how to write. Maybe like this, like Glenn Keane. I hope it's correct. So he have some interview, whatever, like, and maybe even like some demonstrations. Very, very interesting. So you should read and listen from professional artists of industry, right? So if you want comic books, explore, study about comic book artists, listen their interviews, read their books if they have. So Glenn Keane, for example, I watched some interview with him, or maybe it was like a table with many Disney artists, and he was explaining this concept. I forget name, and it's like Italian name for this thing. When artist, he should know more than he show. So, for example, like he know anatomy, perspective, and he know like anatomy, like top level, perfect anatomy knowledge kind of. So when he been drawing, I think he been drawing Tarzan, and like his Tarzan drawings, is like look like some kind of simplified figures, right? Some kind of simple animation style. But when he draws these figures, he can see all anatomy. And he say, trick is like you learn anatomy not to show it all the time. It's like you don't need to show everybody, look, I know anatomy, right? Quite opposite. Is like you make, like good artists, he say, make it like people forget about anatomy. Nobody notice there is anatomy, So he make it invisible, but because of his knowledge, his figures much better quality. Because this kind of knowledge of underlying structure help you as artist to draw like better works, let's say. So same perspective. Sometimes sometimes you don't see it, but work looking good because artists have this knowledge. If you not have his kind of education level, if you don't know anatomy and perspective, you just can't reach same work quality. Yeah, super Yoki. Yeah, sure. Yeah, good book from Donggu Kim. Whatever, yeah, there's many good books, like Framed Perspective, How to Draw, this Scott Robertson. We don't have like lack of information right now. All main kind of problem, it's all personal. It's like just some people manage to make work, some people just can't. Like they might have like everything they need, but they still can't do it, just because this discomfort, you know, because like lack of confidence, everything. Or because like you drawing, but nobody, you don't have viewers, you don't have audience, like nobody appreciate your work, and blah blah blah. Whatever, you can always find like many reasons to stop drawing or drawing less. So somebody just do it, somebody can't. Especially because how much like we have comfort actually right now, like because every time you go for this uncomfortable place, when you try something new and you feel like you feel weak, you feel like unprofessional, you feel stupid, and every time you have so many options how you can like elevate your mood. You can watch movie, you can watch some social media, like eat ice cream, sleep. There are so many options how to make yourself comfortable. So you know, why if kind of being comfortable is so important for somebody, why they will struggle? So I guess that's why they're not struggles, they just don't like it. It's their existential fear kind of is to experience discomfort, and they're avoiding it. Yeah, Art of War book. No, War of Art. War of Art. Don't make this mistake. Art of War is other book, but this is War of Art. Так, so here we have this 5-point perspective grid. Так, 5 VP, which look like curvilinear 1-point perspective. So Z. Y. X. And it can be go outside, but we will not draw it, so no need to make it a mess. Так, so here we see, so let's say z vanishing point here. So go like this, y-axis. Go like this, and x. Так. So here's kind of rooftop wall. Just make it shading. Don't want to draw bricks. Huh. Так. So. Made it look like more tired face. So this is like kind of very simple, like a playing game, connecting dots, you know, game. But to get to this feeling of ease, when it feels so easy to do, you need to get definitely through this short period when it feels very uncomfortable, when you feel like, oh my god, my perspective's so bad, because you're trying to do it and it's like not so good as you want it to be. I have comic book about this. Wait a second. Yeah. Oh, oh my god. Second. It's my. I show it sometimes. It's my secret comic book. So I was try to make comic book for webtoon. It was some kind of competition webtoon. So it's like, okay, I need to draw. But like I have no idea what to draw about. So I start drawing by me kind of talking with a character. I have, I don't know, for some weird reason, I have favorite character from Elf Quest. If you read before, like I read in childhood, and this kind of was Cutter guy, elf from Elf Quest. And so I just kind of making like me talking with a comic book character, say I need to draw comic book for competition, and say okay, let's do it. Say yeah, let's do it. So, and it's just like, how to say, stream of conscious. I don't have any script. It's just like, okay, let's whatever, let's just draw whatever I will have in mind. And like using this Stephen King approach, when I say like every day I draw 2 pages of comic book, whatever, like it just need to look like finished comic book. So it have like colors, it have ink, it's look like finished style. And I did like very little pencil drawing. So when you see like here we have guy, because I don't know what to write about, so I make comic book about comic book artists who draw in comic book for webtoon competition. So he see drawing comic book for webtoon competition, and about like here's some like a UFC fighting kind of. So there's dudes fighting like kind of red versus blue. So red losing, and it's like, oh, I'm done. So it's like I start to put this like arc here, or like how it's called, team of kind of self-doubt, right? So here's this bold guy, he's like, oh, I can fight, but I need to continue, kind of. So he trying to resist fighting with this guy, so he kind of like managed to submission him. And this comic book artist, he's like, oh my god, it's so weird, like, oh, I don't have story, it's just some nonsense. It's like I need comic book for webtoon, but it's all so trash, kind of. And the characters comic book, like, what trash? Why are you talking about? Like, I don't know what's problem. It's a conflict, kind of. Don't have a context. It's pointless. So, and there, so he started whining. I was like, why is not so good? I wish it to be better. And there's some shadow approaching, and guys in the comic book like, what is this? Like, what? Like behind you. It's like, da da da. And it's like, bam, like, so he killed Outer, death of Outer. It's like, you killed our creator. We will beat you for revenge. Yeah, this resistance. It's like, fools. No one can beat me. And they're like start to beating him, like, and he's like, bam, you all will die. Like headbutting him. It's like, oh my god, he's so strong. Never give up, It's like rocky music here. I was like, forget the rocky music again. Santa Barbara music in my head right now. And they're like, take that, like, poof. So now he's flying. He's like, what we will do right now? Bold guy, like, I have idea. So he finds pencil. No, fountain pen, forget what it's called. It's like, what are you trying to do? Okay, and again it's like comic book artist. It's like, oh, I feel so inspired today. I have a flow state. It's like characters drawing themselves. And it was like some kind of Inception style story here. Write me in the chat if you get this super complex story here. So I mean, it's just good example, you know, like I was like really, every time I'm terrified when I try to draw a comic book, and then I just like, you know, just stop crying, like take myself and say like, just do it, you know, like Shia LaBeouf kind of say, just do it, okay? And my brain find way. You put your brain into strict situation, and it will commit. Okay, when we are like make it too loose, kind of like we're not tame our brain. Our brain's too lazy, right? Every time he start to whining, it's like, oh, it's kind of, I don't know what to do. Okay, learn how to do it. Right? So in here I start just like writing about like kind of how silly I am being like so nervous, and the resistance can beat me like punching back, you know. So it's like, it's crazy, like I have no any script, and eventually I get like even like multi-layered plot with some kind of like metaphors and morale. It's crazy, just so. And it's also teach me about like how many abilities we have, how many potential we have, but we never realize it because we just cannot get through this freaking very small weakness. You know, it's not like something grandiose, like oh, I have self-doubt, like you should understand me, or like you should like everybody know like how difficult it is, you know. Nobody cares. It's like, and I hope nobody will care for your kind of this self-doubt crap, like, because they will only make you weaker, right? You will look everybody like, let's cry together, like, and after you all kind of losing your minds, start like mutilate each other like crazy people. So avoid it as early as possible. Start to focus on the work. Так, so here I was talking in the beginning. So we have tilted camera, and we have vanishing trace, and we have convergent y-axis. And you know, like everybody like who try to make your own YouTube, like make your video, after a couple videos you realize how difficult it is. It might be like by accident, you might feel it's very easy like first time, first couple video. After it's just like, whoa, like no way, it's crazy. I don't want to do it anymore, you know. And sometimes it's like super kind of uncomfortable to start. It's kind of weird. And only when you read this book, War of Art, okay, just kind of realize, okay, it's just normal thing, because everybody have it. You might be like super professional, like 40-year experience, 50-year experience, and still from time to time, maybe once a week, you will be like destroyed, like just devastated by this self-doubt, you know. And Only difference that this experienced guy, he will work through it. So like, yeah, where destroy, like, you know, you start to draw, like you have this like turbulence and go over is like, what the hell happened? Like, I don't know what's wrong with me. But you keep drawing, after 1 hour is like poof, clean head, disappear, you know, you just, and you surprised like what it was, you know. And you feel like, oh, it was so silly of me, and you laugh at yourself, so like, why I was so nervous, weird. But next time you will have again like this. And when you give up to it, it will destroy you, because this thing, this resistance is merciless. Once you give up to it, it's never stop. It only stop when you're dead, you know. It want you first, it just want you stop drawing. After it want you to like don't like, kind of like how it's called, just lie flat on the bed all day. After it's like, oh, I don't have energy, I have depression, and etc., etc. It's never stop. Once you submit, once you start to listen to it, it will only grow and only put more kind of pressure over you. So earlier you realize that this thing should be ignored, it will be better for you. All this self-doubt, whatever. You should not seeking for a perfect solution how to stop it forever, right? Because it's not exist. But you should realize that no matter how bad you might feel, you still should stick to your plan. Just do as you planned to do. This is how it works. Maybe make it more farther. It was too close. Yeah, it's more here. And also, like when you beat this your self-doubt, this resistance in your head, you will notice how your attitude change for towards other artists, right? So before you might say like, who's this? Who you think this guy is? He think he's a great. He even don't know how to draw in perspective, you know. But after say like, wow, he draw, so he great because he do something. Because you know how much, like, first of all, it's always about doing no matter what, no matter how much you have inside you, like this resistance, which everybody have. And you know, people say like, oh, he just don't care, he don't have any standard, he can draw whatever. Almost sure it's never the case. You just don't know how much he kind of fighting with this inner resistance, and he like just not being succumbed, kind of subdued by it, he like working against it. So have this car here. Так, so here we have slack. I will do this line here like this. So then, like I say, this bridge kind of, or uphill ends here, and from this point it's road parallel to ground, so it's going to the vanishing point. Yeah, also if you have interest in drawing roads, whatever, like you have comic book about cars, chase, whatever, I have 2 or 3 tutorials about how to draw roads in perspective, and there's like very interesting information, absolutely unique, like being like objective here. Because before I only seen information about this, I seen in framed perspective. He has some nice kind of explanation about how to draw in roads, but I explain it from different kind of point of view, and also I find there are some interesting aspects about drawing roads which nobody mentioned. Так. So let's see. So here's some trees. Maybe draw one more building. So here's important is to remember when you draw object parallel to ground, so it follows the vanishing point. When it's something parallel to this inclined surface, so it should be following this vanishing trace below horizon line. Yeah, this is from Jorge Guarnido. It name of this video you can find is like Jorge Guarnido drawing Batman, and I find this picture on his Facebook. So it's from some Batman comic book page. Так. So here we have this like pillar. yeah, go check out. Seems a very cool dude as artist. Так. Так. Maybe one more building here. Ta-da. So then we can imagine, like, in this drawing it's like seems like Batman sit on the left as a passenger, but I will draw him driving. And there is Catwoman. She's like, wow, you're driving too fast. And I have my cat here. Oh, oh, big cat. How to draw cat in a fisheye perspective? Huh? Just wake up. Так. So take other pen. This pen feel weird. My cat name Nina, N-I-N-A. Oh, let's make music. Almost forget. Yeah, see you, Super Yolki. Should be some Santa Barbara metal. Definitely somebody make a cover. Need to look. Some like Santa Barbara metal with Manovar lyrics. It's got so loud. Good. Cat. It's like serpent, so loud. Oh, forget this ball here. So kind of this. So I hope I make point. So how you, because you know, in general it's all same stuff. Like every artist doing the same thing. And you just need this experience of looking at it directly, so you see it by yourself, you try it yourself, you draw it by your own hands. And I try to, today in this tutorial, I try to give this approach kind of, which you should use to learn perspective from your favorite artist. Because all this perspective, it's the same essentials. And most of them you already know, but you never applied them. You kind of like, it's like you didn't practice how to use them for actual scenario. Like when you really need them, you don't know how to use them, you know. Like you kind of like, you cannot pull out these tools from your toolbox. You're like too nervous, too confused. So, and by practice application, perspective, through studying your favorite artists. So you look how they apply in perspective foundations in their work. You train yourself to be kind of accustomed to be you will have this skill of using perspective essentials. So it's not just kind of theory which you just learn and magically became better. Part of learning perspective, it's learning theory and learning how to apply this theory in the practice, right? And with breaking down or kind of studying your favorite artist, you doing it. It's kind of the most efficient, fastest way to learn it, to get this practice, and also very fun. Because if you will do only your own kind of drawings at the beginning, it might feel a little more like frustrating. You might be like little kind of like lack of ideas, like, oh, I'm not sure exactly. It's like something like that, but I don't know exactly what I want to draw. Just take work of your favorite artist, and you, like I say, also like halfway you can convert it into something yours, like change Batman for your character. Change like car here is like, say make it like Mercedes, make it cyberpunk, like put some like that here can be like car chase, right? Like, I don't know, yeah, there's no other cars, but here we can make like chasing like police, something like woo, woo, woo. And some helicopters. There's just like kind of unleash your imagination. So yeah, you see, like untamed imagination, start imagining problems for yourself, like imagining obstacles, imagining like voices in your head, like oh blah 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 blah, something talking in your head, like distracting you, like undermining you. Tamed imagination is like when you are unleashed in your work, right? So you can have fun, like playing like a children with your drawing. And somebody have it by default in the rare cases, right? But if you don't have this like balance, like adjusted imagination, kind of, so you're thinking properly in a beneficial way, kind of, then you can do it yourself. Just make an effort, not give up until you fix it. Just keep trying, say like, okay, focus on the result. I don't listen all this noise in my mind, and I just like keep drawing, keep practicing. So what your plan? Like you want to draw your plan, like make finish drawing in 3 hours, for example. Like not big one, small one, something. But you will have plan to have some kind of solid result Then it might be not perfect with perspective, we can have a lot of mistake, but it should be finished. Don't leave it half done. You know, like I have these people send me like some, like today, I think it was Soup, send me in Discord. So it's like, yeah, interest in drawing, interest in perspective, he start drawing it and not finish. It's like halfway, and I don't see any reason why he not finish it. It was just like dropped, you know, just like half picture draws and maybe some self-doubt, some like blah blah blah, like I don't know, I feel not fun anymore. Who cares what you feel like, you know, like your goal, finish picture, finish it. Later you will know why it's important. If you now don't sure why, just listen my advice, and it's not my own advice, it's everybody talking about this, you know? So yeah, read War of Art and watch all my videos on YouTube, push like and stuff like that. See you later. Так.